Hello everyone. Sorry, I'm still actually just kind of faffing around getting set up. And today is going to be all about icons and the iconoclast pipeline. For those who aren't in the know about this yet, just to bring everyone to speed, the iconoclast pipeline is pretty much everything that I'm highlighting here. I think maybe, I can't remember if that too as well is part of it, but it's this collection of Python scripts that really lets us just output hundreds to even thousands of icons in one go. And I have my first guess, so compile.py. I'm just gonna make sure that I can fire it. Yeah, there we go. So this is Iconoclast actually just building all of the place's icons. Okay. Sorry, I have my cat here and she wants attention. And you can see that, some things are not building. That's in part because we're doing a lot of work. So there's two main topics that I'm going to be covering today. Oh, hello. Hello. I wonder if I can... I can pop out the chat. I'm just looking because I'd really like to have like a notification sound when chat messages come in. But yes, hello. So yeah, this is the pipeline building all of the places and icons. So you can see like the RSS folders, the RPM folders, and where that ultimately goes is into this build folder. And this is laid out exactly how you would have your traditional icons. So like, so this should roughly mirror what you see in the actual traditional icons, just in the build folder. And we can see all the places that this literally just built. So here's like the 256 pixel icons, and you're going to notice that they are all black, and that is an unfortunate byproduct of me using a newer CSS API. We'll probably fix that as well, just so that the previews can be a little bit nicer, but you can kind of see that a lot of the folders are building fairly nicely. Another thing that's going to happen probably today is a lot of these folders have these edge-to-edge graphics. As much as I love them, and I don't want to get rid of them, we're getting rid of them. People find that when some of the icons are slightly too wide or not quite to the same spec as other icons, I've been getting some complaint feedback on that, so we're going to be switching it back to more traditional like icons in the center of the folder, such as this. Other things that you might notice in these icons, which is probably something that might have to be adjusted, is you can see the crease line, but in the actual live working icons, those crease lines do not appear. And I think I also know why a lot of these icons are showing up as black, but that's just how these new icons are being built. Here's also our trash cans. That's another thing is making sure one of the trash cans is emptied out. And we also have MIME types that we're building as well. So here's an example of the early MIME types that are already pretty much ready, good to go. And so how the iconoclast pipeline actually works, just kind of continuing this lesson, is if we go into the iconoclast, we go into the source. Essentially what we're doing is we have these template folders. So you can see all of them here. So we have just the raw folders, folders that can have an emblem in the center of them. We also have, they're in the backup, but these were the folders where they could have the graphics spanning the whole width. You know, here's the old empty trash can that is now changed. And then for MIME types, it's a fairly similar setup. So we have whatever traditional like background graphic, and then the orange rectangles are replaced with the decals. And so these are the early decals, and so each decal comes in one of the sizes corresponding to the folders. So, this is a 16 pixel wide gift certificate, and if you go back into the templates and we open up the 32 pixel folder icon, we'll see that this square is 16 by 16. So when it actually goes to replace that rectangle, it will look up. It'll say, okay, we want the cloud graphic at 16 pixels. So it'll find it. And then it'll actually just insert the contents of this SVG right into the folder. And we have a little ways to go to. So we have like new ones here where it's droplets and things like that. Part of the Iconoclast pipeline is also just automatically fixing and adjusting the colors. One thing that might happen here as well, I don't know, it's something that I've been kind of debating, is a lot of these icons, so if we or a lot of these decals I should say, have this outline built into them, and I'm thinking of just getting rid of that and increasing it to maybe like 80% opacity and just having a slightly flatter decal shape. I haven't quite determined that yet because the outlines are nice, but in some cases it can make some icons a little bit harder to read, especially certain more complicated ones. I think we have the Debian spiral here, which is a good example. And as well, it just makes some icons a little more complicated. So this would just kind of lower the entry barriers for people who want to create new icons so that they don't also have to follow these additional outline steps. And then kind of going through. So the next part of the Iconoclast pipeline is the cookbooks. So if we open up our Places cookbook, we have some settings for the whole cookbook. We have some general defaults that apply to all icons. And we even have a little palette that we can build right into the cookbook file. And then after these kind of reserved name sections, we go in and we have things like the standard folder. So the template is just the folder blank. The folder open is just the folder open. Then when we get the more complicated icons, so say folder Android, it'll pick the template for the folder emblem. It will replace the decal rectangle, and they're always ID'd with decal, with the appropriate SVG file. And then we can also modify some of the CSS within the SVGs themselves, and that will just do that at build time. So for the Android folder icon, let's take a look-see. So we go Breeze Icons, Build, Places, we'll just pick 96. And so this is the resulting Android folder. And another thing that Iconoclast does as well, whoops, open with Kate, is it does a lot of optimizing to the SVG itself, so it really pushes down the file size. But you'll notice as well, we have this, which is broken. Oh wait, is that the broken or unbroken one? Yeah, that's the broken one, so that's the old CSS. We have all these extra CSS classes, and then we have the actual proper CSS classes. So what I might be trying to do today as well, I'm not entirely sure, it's been a bit of a low priority item, is having the system actually just go through and be like, okay, we have, say, extended color scheme red 2, and it'll look and it'll see, okay, does anything have the class extended color scheme red 2? So like it might notice like a class like primary color. Oh wait, no, sorry. Oh yeah, no, this should not have any of those classes. So what it would do is it would see if any of these classes are actually being used. If not, then I want it to kind of automatically go start deleting, clearing them out. And if it manages to empty out the style tag, remove the style tag. And that's one optimization step that needs to be done, because that should push down file sizes quite a bit. The only other thing that I think needs to be done is the duplicate style insertion. So when Iconoclast is actually merging a lot of these SVG files together, it doesn't just dump the contents of one SVG right into the other. It actually pulls out the relevant objects, places them in, finds anything that's within the definitions area, which contains our styles and CSS and things like that, and it will say, okay, I see current color scheme there, so I'm gonna like put in or update additional style tags, and it will just kind of like build things out in a neat, proper way. So I think, for example, some of these linear gradients are actually pulled from I wonder, actually, it might be in a MIME type. Yeah, okay, so here's like a Debian package, open with Kate. Do we have more styles? Yeah, so here's like some of the linear gradients and radial gradients that are actually pulled from the gear that's in the background here. And it takes that and it properly puts it in the head. It looks a little more messed up than it actually is, just because it's partially formatted everything, but again, that's just going to be part of the cleanup step later. So I believe that is just the very quick rundown on Iconoclast. Oh, another thing that Iconoclast does as well is it can put shapes inside of so ID UI. So it can take like a shape or a linear gradient or a rectangle. It will give it a name, and then these use tags that you're starting to see everywhere, Inkscape can't process them, but they are part of the SVG spec, and they do actually work in a live setting. So these use tags basically clone an object, and you can put some overrides in there if they're not specified in the master, and Iconoclast will actually take a look at all the shapes and objects in your file. It'll actually calculate if it's more efficient to use these use tags, because they do have a little bit of overhead, so if the gains are going to be greater than the losses, it will actually take that shape, move it to the header, assign it a new ID, and then generate the use tags. And I've actually had some cases where, I wonder if we have it in the backup here. I don't see it here. This might be Icon Stark, no. But we actually had a case where I ran some oxygen icons in through the Iconoclast pipeline, and it reduced files down to a fraction of their size, which made me quite happy. I think actually test.py is what's running just the optimizer. So let's see. Okay, we have test icon.svg. Let's go into icons. Oh, let's just find. I wonder. I'm just gonna find some SVG files. So let's take a look at Adwaita and just see. Let's find a legacy icon that might be a bit. Oh, they're all PNGs. Great. Let's just go apps. Yeah, I think we have a couple apps that are. So let's take a look here. We have Diaspora 48. Okay, let's find one of these less optimized icons. Sort by size. Biggest at the bottom. Parlay was a good one. K stars. Yeah, okay. Show target. Copy here. rename test underscore icon and test.py. Is it test underscore icon or test hyphen icon? Open with, let's just take a look, see, test.python. Oh no, I have issues. Don't worry. Half of today, I think, is going to be just going through Python should be second. Our style to attributes. Let's see. Our style to attributes. Yes, that changed. So let's go boop. Soup XML tools. I think that switched to soup SVG tools. And it was style. Yeah. Def style to attributes, and then the recursive version. So yeah. Test.py. Soup SVG. Let's see if that works. There we go. It's, yeah, this usually is the problem. Okay, let's just take a look at whatever it made. Test output.svg. There we go. So here's the original test icon. It's at about 70 kilobytes, and the new icon is about 27-ish. You know, we're in 69 to 27. Nice. And it should actually, and you can see like it doesn't have any glitches or anything like that. I did have a major issue very early on in the development where we get these like little hairs that fired off of the output. And if we actually take a look, where these errors usually were was it was usually in the paths. So these paths are actually quite fun to parse through and go through. So I had to do quite a bit of rounding logic to actually get these paths as nice as I wanted to at their minimum size. Part of that too is we do a little math trick that I love doing. It's probably one of the dumber things you can do. Let's see. Soup SVG tools. Let's see if I can find my rounding script. It is multi-part attribute precision. Yeah, so, you know, first it does the regular expressions to actually find anything that's actually a number. But I have this ternary round function, Control-C-F, I think it might be in utilities. Yeah, here we go. And what this actually does is it takes a look at the precision, and it will do the rounding. But one thing that it will also do is it will say, okay, having something be, oh, hello, something being, say, at a 0.5 value, where it's like right dead in the center between, you know, 0 and 9. It'll actually start going and saying, okay, we're going to allow these like 0.5s, which do increase more accuracy, more than a 0.8 being rounded up to a 1 would be. And that's kind of what this rounding function does. And if we take a look at the toast output, you'll see that it prefers letting digits like, I believe it's 4, 5, and 6, that it generally likes to allow having more decimal places. And so that's just kind of the weird, fun rounding function, just to really squeeze every last character out. Now, like, obviously, this is a very heavyweight file. Oh, yeah, one other thing that it would do as well, or at least I think I had it doing it, is it would find linear gradients. I believe I had this set up where it would find any sort of gradient where the definition is used multiple times and you have the same definition. Then it would just decompose all of the copies of that definition. It would get rid of them, and then just have everything be on the same gradient definition. And sometimes you get gradient definitions where, like, yeah, they'll be the same color, but different point values. But it does actually go through and find a lot of duplicates this way. And then another thing it'll do, you might notice, is that it is also reassigning all the IDs to short form IDs. But back in our recipes, oh, you'll hear my little cat. We have some reserved IDs where it will keep those IDs instead of trying to shorten them, just because some of those IDs do have special meaning. So current color scheme has a lot of special meaning in KDE icons. That's style tags that have the current color scheme are what gets replaced by the recoloring system. And as well, since this is all just kept in the cookbooks, I used to have the suffix placeholder. I can probably actually get rid of this, but that used to be built right into the system. Oh, you can hear her crying a lot. She probably has one of her toys. If you see a black cat in the background and she pulls up and she has like a torn off flap from a package, she loves playing with those. And even though they make my house look like total trash, I don't have the heart to get rid of them because she plays with them so much. But yes, so I've been trying to push as much as I can into the cookbooks, so that if other iconographers eventually want to adopt this system and have the Iconoclast pipeline build a lot of their stuff for them, they can make the system do what they want it to do, so that this isn't necessarily just like a KDE specific tool where it's all KDE isms in it. But where, not that they would, but if, say, GNOME wanted to adopt this to rapidly build out a lot of their places folders, then they could put their isms into this. Okay, so one thing that I wanted to ask just before I actually start doing some serious work is, I've been working to like increase my bit rate and actually get higher streaming quality. So if anybody wants to mention it in the chat, if the video quality looks like a good 1080p screen and you can actually make out the lettering and text, I can probably even inflate it, increase the size just a little bit so that it's easier to see. But yeah, hopefully everything that I'm doing is going to be more visible. So let's just close a lot of these extras. I do have the desktop audio. I'm going to turn that down just a hair. We have our soup tools. So let's just start with let's just make one brand new icon that doesn't exist in the Iconoclast build. So first off, let's keep our tree clean. We're going to, so what I usually do is just, I have icons, shared, breeze, mime types. I'll pick a size, maybe like 32. And then I go breeze icons, build, mime types, 32. Okay, so we're missing a lot of icons, but it's fairly easy to do. So let's make an application atom feed icon with Iconoclast. So first thing I'm going to do is just break this apart. And I'm just going to get this color for reference in case I need it. Then I go into the source, mime type cookbook. Here we are. Oh, we do have an RSS orange, so we're going to keep that. That will sync it up nicely with the orange folder. So we have various applications. What is your name? Copy location. So archive types, basic files, Excel spreadsheets, PowerPoint presentations, Word documents. What do we want to put this in as? I'm just going to put this as a, maybe like XML type or something like that. It's yeah, I'll just put for now like maybe generic file types, and as I branch out. So we have application Atom plus XML. Cool. I'm just going to find another icon. So we have this. Take this. There's no aliases. Or is there? Let's check. Show target. Yeah, they're in the Breeze Dark folder, which is... Yeah, okay, so we do have copy location. Aliases equals... There we go. Let's see if there's more. And we're looking for that signature orange. Not really seeing it. I think we're going to have all of our RSS icons sorted out in a GIF. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I just copy the location, get rid of the path, get rid of the extension, add a comma. There we go. Copy location. Who thought iconography could be made so boring? And okay, so we're gonna get 4 icons out of this. And so what Iconoclast will do is, instead of creating individual files for all of these, it's just gonna treat this one as the kind of main primary, golden record master style icon, and then the rest are just gonna be considered links. So next we pick our template. So I'm going to go in, source, templates. So which template do we want? We could make this look like a folder. We could make it look like an archive. We're just going to use MIME document. And I believe, yes, it's already using the MIME document template. Now, the decal. So we're going to go back, source, decals. I believe I already have an RSS decal for the folder, so we take that, make it decals / glyph RSS. Now we have our actual color insertions. So what we're going to do is we have the color defined up here already in RSS orange. And the way Iconoclast likes to do it, and you can actually already see it here, is whenever we have a color that we're going to be referencing, we just put an @ in front of it. And it'll go, and whenever it does a color replacement, it's going to see, oh, this is an alias. So it'll find the alias, it'll look up RSS orange, and it'll actually just insert that color specifically. So we have this icon, so we'll run compile. I could actually just have it compile the MIME type. That would probably be the way to do it. Just for now, though, I'm just going to run this as a quick test. It's nearly done. You can see it slows down on some of these. This is actually the optimization process. One plan that I definitely have at some point in the future. Oh, wait, it hit the mimes first, didn't it? Yes, it did. Sorry, I didn't need to wait for everything. So, application, okay. Yeah, one thing I'm definitely going to do is I'm going to have some kind of optimization level flag in there so that when you're actually going and building, you can be like, okay, just optimization level 1, don't go too crazy over it. And then that would turn off, because the way that Iconoclast actually works is, let's go compile. Where's compile.py? So the optimizer is actually just in a series of discrete steps, so these could easily be toggled on and off. But it looks like, so kind of going back to, let's just close that, we don't need it. No, we won't save our changes. So, yeah, we have application Atom XML. So it built the size at 64. That's its category. Now you're going to see a lot of failures here too. That's because Iconoclast really likes to do things in batches. So when you see the default and you see the sizes, for every icon, it wants to build all of those sizes by default. And it will tell you when it's not finding something. So, for example, in this case here, let's just increase the width on that. Maybe make the size a bit bigger, so everybody can see. So if we go back to application Atom XML, you'll notice that it's missing the MIME document 32 size, and sure enough, if we go into our templates and we go into MIME document, we only have MIME document 64, and that's totally fine for now. As soon as we want to extend out how many icons we're actually properly building, then it's just going to be a matter of recreating this, but at 32 pixels and 48 pixels, so on and so forth. So let's see what we actually made here. So just to kind of cover what we've already done in MIME types, we've created the application Atom XML icon. We're going to go into our build folder, MIME types. I think what did we build? 64? 64, yeah. And here we are. Here's our XML icons that are just all already set up, linked up. So from now on, if I ever want to change the style of the document itself, or I change all of the RSS icons, then all I have to do is rerun the compiler, and it will just take care of everything for me. So if we wanted to say, let's go back into our template, Breeze icon, source, templates. So say we change the open with Inkscape. So if we wanted to add like a square to every document for some reason, then as soon as I save this, rerun the compiler, every document will have that square. But I think I've done some hand optimization. No, I haven't. Okay, I can just show you then. So we'll just make this orange square. There we go. We run the compiler. It's already finished with the MIME types. So if we go to 64, you can see all of our icons using that particular template now have that change. So if we wanted to make a version of this with squared off corners, if we wanted to make a version of this with dramatic gradients or any sort of thing like that, it becomes borderline trivial. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the folder icons that have been made were actually revised 3 or 4 times, but we built the whole set every time. And that's just one really nice feature about the new Iconoclast pipeline is like, you know, I can actually create all of these icons with like slightly different border radiuses. Like I think we're at a 4 pixel border radius, but I did it at 3 pixels, 2 pixels, something ridiculous like 8, just to see where it would go. And yeah, it was just a matter of hit the button and it'll spit out all the icons, and we don't have to worry about, okay, we have 134 icons here, okay, including symlinks, but like if we have 100 icons and we want to change the corner radius on them. Like, that would, even if it was just 3 or 4 dozen, that's 3 or 4 dozen for so many sizes. You could easily be looking at hundreds of icons of work for a very minor tweak, but now we can actually aggressively make these minor tweaks and know that it's not going to cost somebody a week of their life to actually get it done. So going back to MIME types, we have that. Let's get rid of our change here. I think the last time I worked on the Iconoclast pipeline, I put a lot of effort into, so there we go. Oh, look at them all disappear. What a nice quick change. And refresh because we had some symlinks. Yeah, one thing that the last thing that I did with Iconoclast, I think, was making it work with just Inkscape SVG files in a manner that's not nearly as kind of stupid. Like it used to let some of the like Saudi potty and extra like Inkscape isms leak into the icon, and some of them would actually cause breakages. So yeah, I think that was actually like a major point of effort. So let's go. So we have just the archive types. So let's make a new template. So source, templates. We're gonna make the 32 pixel version of the document. So I'm just gonna start with the archive. We'll go MIME document 32, MIME document 48. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing a trend here, but it's funny when you do the same thing twice in a row, but months apart. And MIME document 64. The squares don't actually have to be orange. I just like making them orange because it's a standout color. In terms of the new icons themselves, so I'll actually show the kind of structure to them, is we're aiming for a softer look. So there's no longer those kind of diagonal shadows that you would see in Current Breeze, you know, the ones that vaguely looked like... There we go. And page up. The ones that kind of looked like that. So we got rid of those. Nope. Oh no. You know what? Control Z for the rescue. Yeah, so we don't have those anymore. Previously, there was just something like that for highlights and lowlights. But I've added a second layer, and what that lets it do is on especially high definition displays where you have a 64 pixel icon, but in reality it's 128 on-screen pixels. That will make sure that these still look pretty soft even at that resolution, and just through a trick of mathematics, even at 3 times magnification, so that would be 186 pixels, I believe, if you were to have like a 3 times resolution monitor, then that would still actually look sharp in the way that it wants to look sharp and soft in the way that it wants to look soft, because this line here would actually land on half step, so you would wind up with an intermediary color. That being said, though, if you're at a 3-time scale resolution monitor, you're probably not going to notice... You're probably not going to notice those sorts of issues. Now, something funky is going on here. File, document properties. Width 32, height 32, scale XY, okay. File, document properties. 64, 1 pixel, yeah. Yeah. One thing I also did while I was kind of getting set up for streaming is I actually went through and made sure to actually get my computer's color scheme in order. This computer has always very much been a workhorse machine, and Yeah, the color schemes on it, I was neglecting that totally. So I'm just trying to think here. So we have 32. This is at 64 pixels. So what I'm just gonna do, no, 22, something like that. Oh, something funky is going on here because these, oh yeah, those need to be fixed. All right, those can be fixed later, but I just want to make sure I have all the scales correct. There we go. Drop you roughly in the middle here. This is 22 by 28. No, we want this 16 by 16. In theory, doing no other work. I'm just going to make that stand out a bit more. Let's just see what happens. Take it, compile it. A lot fewer errors in that one. So you can see it built the 32 pixel size. So let's just go in, freeze icons, the build, the MIME types, the 32. Okay, so we have the orange placeholder squares are not getting replaced. I can imagine why. So let's open it up. Object properties. Yeah, there we go, set. Save it. Build it. 32 pixels. And here we are. It's all popping in. Just nice. And with, that was like 10 minutes worth of work. We got quite a few new icons. Another thing that Iconoclast slips in there is you might see these little emblem overlays. So if we actually go back to our source icons. Nope, we don't want that. We want source templates. So these orange rectangles, it replaces them. It uses the ID of decal. But if we actually go into our decals, some of our decals also have, so here we are, also have their own swappable bits. And this one is, I believe it's just emblem, object properties, no, badge, sorry. I called them badges. So now, not only do we have our presentation icons, which we can just build, but if we have presentation icons and we want to give them one of several badges, that is something that we can do. And if we want to add in or rotate badges, then it becomes a fairly trivial affair. An example of this is if we go into Python, you have the traditional Python logo, then you also have the Python bytecode, and there's something xPython, I'm not sure what that is. Oh, that's Python 3, sorry. But now that we have the badges, so we have our binary / bytecode badge, we can just arbitrarily insert that. And if we decide one day that we want to improve the binary bytecode badge, then we can just change the badge, and as soon as we compile next time, all of the badges are going to be updated. So if we looked at our build, our MIME types, our 32 pixel MIME type, so we have like the scripted PowerPoint with macros. So those all get their macro scroll badge. I believe there is maybe one or two. Maybe they're in the 64 pixel. But there is something that does actually use the binary badge somewhere hiding in here. But okay, so what did we do? So we have all these. That thumbnail needs to update. That'll drive me insane. Yeah, so we have all of that. Let's create 48 pixel MIME types because we can. So we have MIME document 48. Okay, that's fine. Open that with Inkscape. And because math, we'll just take 64 again. Oh, there's a document icon already. Control G. lock this, divided by 1.5. Fun Inkscape thing you can do, by the way. You can put math equations inside of a lot of the numeric inputs, and it'll figure it out for you. I did that wrong. It's actually divided by 1.33333. There we go. And I'm not actually going to use this exactly as it is, because it did have to be divided at an odd angle, but I can use it as a guide. And another thing that I'll need to do too is I'll also need to go and fix the various corner radii. But we have this, Control-Shift-G, take you, Control-Shift-G, that ungroups. So it's 24 by 24 that it likes. Okay, my math worked out there. We're going to align you to the center of the page. So it wants to go 1 pixel over. I'm thinking 48 by 48 has always been a bit of an odd duck in terms of the icons. Simply, oh wait, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we can go wrong way. I'm going to do a better job at this later, but this just kind of helps preview and see what's going on. So 24 by 24, yep. The Y needs to be rounded. We're at 4. I'd kind of like that to be centered at 4. So there's a 48 pixel document icon. Boop, we'll get rid of that. Will it actually, do I need to put in? Oh wait, so I think in the icons cookbook, mime types, sizes, yeah, I didn't put in all the sizes because I didn't want to produce a huge number of errors, so I just put in the size 48. Okay, compile. We'll get a lot more errors now because it's trying to build the 48 pixel size, and we don't have the document template, but that's fine because now we have 48. And all of these icons that didn't exist before now exist. And I didn't have to do a ton of the work because a lot of the icons already existed for the folders. Or a lot of the decals, I should say, already existed for the folders, because if we go into source decals, you know, the let's pick one, you know, the globe icon, for example. It's going to be the same on a folder, the same on an HTML file. So not only is it way less work just maintaining like a single globe graphic, but it's also great for consistency. If you actually really dig into the Breeze icon set right now, you would actually find that we have several styles of globe at the same size. And I don't necessarily mean even just rotation, but you have some which are more polygonal, as Breeze kind of wanted to be initially, and then you have some where I'm not sure where they got the map, but where it has the kind of hyper detail that you see in this globe here, only even more detail than that. I'm using reduced detail just because you know, we need to save a little bit on file size. So if we go back to build icons, build mime types, we have 48. So a lot of those archives have the orange rectangle. So we go source templates, mime archive 48, open with Inkscape. One thing that is really nice is not, oh, that's just a rectangle. So we're gonna go if I can learn how to type, the ID is decal, run it, back to the build, mime types 48. And would you look at that? She be working just fine. I need to do something about the 0 size. I think I put in a recipe command. Let's just see if I actually remembered. F0 size. Here we are. Oh, okay. I guess I started working on that, didn't finish it. Oh wait, is it just remove? Sorry. I guess I had a recipe command where it was supposed to be remove or remove elements. And then you just put in your list of CSS selectors. So you'd have like decal, whatevs, and then you would just take all these things that you don't want in a given document and just remove them. And then that way we don't have to create additional templates. Another thing I could probably do is just create a blank SVG file, but that feels pretty sloppy. And it's not quite as intuitive when somebody wants to come back later and see what's actually going on, because then you have all these additional files that are just, blank 64, blank 32. Yeah, and, we also didn't do a super pretty job. You can see there's a little hair on the corners there if we open it with Inkscape. Probably not going to work because of views, yeah. But if we get real close, you can see that little knobby bit. That's a fairly trivial thing to fix, but just kind of getting a massive number of icons in order. One thing I might do as well, just so that we have some actually fun numbers, is in the compile. One thing I'm going to do is have it stop linking the icons. Build icon, optimize SVG, rate minified, make relative symlinks. Let's just go pass. And we're fairly brave this way. We can just delete our stuff, have it rebuilt. Okay, there you go. So yeah, we don't have the additional symlinks being built out now, so we can get a better idea of how much we're actually building with this thing. So, in this 1 hour stream, we got 16 new icons plus however many documents we have here. So, now that we've kind of looked at the scripty bits, let's look at the arty bits. Oh, thank you, by the way, for the feedback. I am absolutely scrambled when it comes to what I'm paying attention to. So, let's just let's close some of these extra documents. No, we don't need to save changes. I probably did something to show you guys. MIME types 32, 48, 64. Let's just see what failed to build. Okay, so folder video. So those folders that had the edge-to-edge graphics, if we go into some size, one of the giveaways is that they're still properly colored. At least the ones that aren't trying to use CSS coloring. Oh, well, we deleted them, so... but if we go back to even just my home folder, these icons here, where they had that kind of edge-to-edge look, that's going the way of the dodo, so maybe it's time to actually update and fix the icons so that they have the more centered look. And as well, I'm going to fix the black icon issue. That's just a CSS adjustment there, probably in the master files. Definitely in the master files. Current color scheme, text background, yeah, okay. So if we take a look at our sources, we have master files, and the etymology of the word that I'm using there is is record companies would make like a master record, and then what they would do is they would just stamp all the other records using that master record. And since this is very much done in the same kind of vein where you'd have like a these templates that really kind of push everything into them, we just have, those are the master files. So we have, let's take a look at master 64. So we have text highlight, background view, background positive, negative, neutral. Okay, perfect. And I am going to use kvr.ca. I'm going to go to my own website, live on air, because I was talking about it. Hello. Is this the correct one? No. Replacing the style of ID. Here we are. Okay, these are the actual usable. Boop. I'm just going to indent them a little bit more. Just be a keener about it. Okay, copy. Let's apply this to. And so the goal of these master files is not to provide any level of templating. It's solely as the kind of arbiter of everything that is the CSS and the basic document declaration and things like that. So if we wanted to change the document declarations or any of the other kind of basic aspects of the SVGs, then we go after these master files. They aren't strictly necessary. And I think I do have a switch to disable them, but I find it a lot easier to work with, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's easier to work with, less than a dozen of these master files versus going into the templates and taking care and making sure that all of these, like how many templates do we actually have going right now? 49 template files. It's a lot easier to update a quarter of the master files. So let's just see if my little change there worked. We'll close this window, I think. I keep coming back to it. Build, places, 96. And hello, hello. All of the icons are now working nicely because we just went after those master files. Oh, thank you very much, Richard. I believe in this. Let's see here. I'm just double checking. So we have color scheme complement, color scheme contrast. The very sad thing about these icons right now is I can't actually apply them and test them on my own system anymore. These are actually a super old version of them, and I'm going to be stuck on them for a while. Because I'm waiting for the Janet Blackquill. She did an amazing job. It was like snap, snap, done. Where we added some new CSS classes. So complement and contrast being the complement, contrast, and active text being the three most super important. So active text, that is the purest version of your accent color. So if we go to settings, system settings, appearance, colors. So when you're using an accent color, it gives you the pure accent color. And the reason why with current icons, like when you pick an accent color and they look either washed out or too dark, it's because we're using highlight. But when you actually take a look at the highlight color that it's producing, it actually mixes it with a bit of the view background color. And then that way you don't get these like super bright neon lines streaking through where you can't read anything behind them because it's way too bright. So that's actually what the highlight color is. For the most part, I think it's basically deprecated. Like you could remove it and not be any worse for the wear, because just using the active text color in conjunction with the background color, you can actually mix it to the exact same color that you had before. But, you know, it's evolution, vestigial stuff. So active text is your purest accent color. So when we set it to like a pink or a red or a purple, it's going to use that exact color in your icons. So like you can kind of see like these, I think if I were to, so like set my scheme to pink, and we kind of have to refresh for some of the thumbnails, but you can see that it's not the bright pink, it's actually closer to this color here. Whereas when we actually look at the pink color, it's quite vibrant. Now, one thing I have done is, if we go back into, so source, templates, I'm going to just turn off the accent color for now. There we go. So if we pick, let's say, any of these folders, open with Inkscape, there are a couple layers. So, you know, there's the kind of radial gradient. And you'll see, so we have 2 blue layers, and then we have this kind of semi-transparent just overlay layer, only at 10% brightness. And this is actually, if we go object, selectors in CSS, that has the contrast color. So what it's actually going to do is when you run these new icons, if you run them on a dark system, it'll have a slightly white punch to it. If you run it on a light scheme, then it'll have a slightly black punch to it. And that should also very ever so slightly pull down some of the saturation as well. At one point, I did actually have 2 layers where it would do a little bit of the complement and a little bit of the contrast. That was overkill. Didn't really give any meaningful effects. The next question might be, why do I have 2 layers of blue? And if we actually crack it open, these icons are a little bit special. They do some things that we can't actually enable for the currently, but could be enabled in the future. And so if you take a look, we have some of these classes: enable if, show crease, enable if, sync color mimes places, things like that. And what this actually does for us is when we, what I've been kind of thinking is, we have a description file for every icon set. So let's just go pull up the source icons. Here's the original stuff. We have this index.theme file, and it describes the icon theme, like the name, comments, things like that. What I'd eventually like to have is, so like maybe we invent a section called icon config, and then we'd have, like, let's take a look at our blank. So remove if, show crease. So we would have like an option like show crease or remove if, show crease, or something like that. And it would just be a toggle. Like, all of these are only toggleable, so either true or false. And this would be a way that in the future, when you actually have like your appearance icons, you might have like a little configure button right there, and these are in part my daydreams. You might have like a little configuration button, and it'll pop up and it'll let you do things like, I want to enable the crease, I want to enable alternate colors. And some of the things that this is doing is, yes, we have the optional folder crease. It's actually built into the icon set. They're hidden, but in the future, that could just be turned on. Oh, are they? They didn't quite make Plasma 5.24. Sorry, Roberto Zapata. I hope I got your name right. Is asking if they're going to be in the Plasma 5.24 release. They're not quite ready yet, and they're using a new thing which should be in the 5.24 release, so maybe it might be maybe I'll put it on like playing and have it be downloadable and get hot new stuff. But yeah, no, they're still very much in development, so not gonna be ready for 5.24. But what I'd really like to have is all of the MIME types and all of the places icons. And we built this without symlinks, so let's just do a quick count. That's 510 new icon files. So, there's a lot of work, a lot of vetting to be done. Just making sure everybody likes the new stuff. But yeah, we're looking at, oh, what's this? Sorry, just caught something here. But yeah, there's going to be, like 500 new places icons. I think it's gonna wind up being something like, what was our number? Sorry, Gerbot. We're at 510. If my maths is correct, I think we're gonna be at 524 new places icons, because there's 2 more places that I need to add. But like you kind of saw, like it's just going to be a case of when I need to add them, I'll go into source. I'll like make a new set of decals. I can't remember what the new icon was. I would have just made it right on the spot. But yeah, no, it's just a case of adding the new decals for the appropriate sizes. Then you you add the cookbook entry. So if you have a folder, so let's go places. So like say you had one that I do kind of want to make just for the fun of it, and I think people would actually kind of like it, is folder sticker bomb. I want to make a sticker bomb style folder, because if you take a look at a lot of the like laptops and like even fridges and offices and things like that, you have people that just love to sticker bomb with all of the like open source stickers that you can get. I think I've been collecting some reference pictures. I want to make a sticker bomb folder. It'll just be outrageously colored. It won't be like monochrome or anything like that, but just a super fun folder where like if you have fun things and you want it to stand out, you could have a sticker bombed folder. But yeah, it would just be a case of make the appropriate decals, adding the entry. You know what? Let's have fun with this. Let's make the sticker bomb folder. Source, decals. So I'm just going to pick a set of 6, glyph, sticker bomb. Yeah, I'll do it that way. Oop. Come on. There we go. Continue. There we go. When you're in Dolphin, if you hit Control-I, that will get you into filtering mode, and then you can just start typing and filter down to whatever you're looking for. I'm going to also just pop this over here, see if I can find my reference picture. I like recently rearranged all the things, and it's slightly annoying because I've lost track of my sticker bomb reference folders. We'll look them up live. Why not? Okay, so sticker bomb. No, we want open source stickers. Images. Oh, look at all these friendly people. Okay, yeah. So you can already see where I'm going with this. Is like we have a lot of this cool stuff. There's a lot of kind of copyrighted things that I'm going to have to be really careful about. Like I might have to make knockoff versions of a lot of these logos, but I think things like Python and programming languages, or I'm just trying to think here, because this is the one thing is like I've been yelled at multiple times for putting certain brands or things in there, or just not really thinking about the stuff that I've written. One of the big ones was on the KDE Neon website. I'm the one who authored the original version of that site. And one of the things is it's based on Ubuntu. And I did not nearly elegantly enough word why we were using Ubuntu. And it sounded like I was, kind of taking a dump on all the other distros. And that was not my intent. But yeah, a lot of people got really upset at that. So I'm just going to be very careful about what I do and do not include in the sticker bomb. Because if I were to say put an Arch sticker in there, but forget to put a Manjaro or an Ubuntu or a Fedora icon, then people are going to say, hey, he's playing favorites. I don't want to do that. So things like Python and Git, I think those are a little bit safer. So I'm just going to move you off to the side. We have our decals. One of the things I'm going to need to do is we'll close that, open a new one. Split pane file managers are the best. If I ever just flip-flop between desktop environments, I am absolutely going to be keeping Dolphin around. Templates. So we have... Oh, that would be a panoramic one. You know what? I'm going to restore the panoramic folders to their glory. Which means that I have to ISTICK panoramas. So these are the panoramic style. So like that's the landscape folder. If I actually, now that I've put them back, if I compile it, there should be no missing folders for. So if we take a look at that, build, places, pick a size, we should have, yeah, there's our panoramic folders back. These will need to be deprecated. You can actually already kind of see that the colors on them are off because I haven't actually applied the new coloring scheme because I was deprecating them. But you know what? It might be nice to have like the panoramic versions maybe just have an extension to their name or something like that, like folder document. Like I also saw some, oh, that's weird. Some of the places were named after libraries, the library of what they are. So you might have like your documents folder, but then you have your documents library. Maybe that's how I'll play this, because I do like the panoramic styles. I just want them to stick around. So maybe I'll just rename them from like folder documents to library documents. FLI. Oh, yeah, okay, so here we are. So yeah, we did have some of the library entries. I've just disabled the symlinks for now, just so that we could see just the original icons without all the excessive symlinks thrown in there. So yeah. And so we'd have like folder music, which would just be the note, and then library music, which would be the whole panoramic experience. As a matter of fact, folder music. Copy, paste. library music. It wouldn't have any aliases. When it just has one alias, drop it to a single line. Folder panorama, panoramas, music, bottom. Another thing that Iconoclast is doing is when we do these replacements, we can also set the gravity value. So you can forcefully align things a certain way if the size isn't quite right. I believe it's only vertically that it does it because it looks at the width. So when we have a panorama folder, and we open it with Inkscape, it's going to say, okay, it's 28 by 20. So when it actually goes to look for the panoramas, so source, panoramas, you'll see 28. And that's how it knows which specific files to pull and push in. So let's take bookmark, copy here, SGSKER, BOMB, continue, 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 continue. I'm not sure how apply to all would work in this situation. Control I, SGICKER. So we have sticker bomb. Let's start with the 64 pixel one. In terms of sizes, it's usually the next step down that is correct. So we have sticker bomb 56. So this is the 64 pixel icon, and this is kind of where I'll base my resolution off of. Now let's crack open the 64 pixel panorama folder. Ooh, actually, that will... right, this is a correction that I made early on. So I'm actually going to pull it. Folder blank 64, open with Inkscape. You might also notice that I have some guidelines built in. A plan very soon is to have it just remove these guidelines on build so that we can keep, when we're actually working with Inkscape, we can keep guides layers right in the source files of the actual icons themselves, and it'll just take it out during the build step. And then this way, authors in the future can come in, and when they're taking a look at an icon or trying to do any sort of work, they have the same guides that everybody else does, and that should help keep things a little more consistent. So we have sticker bomb. Here we are. As a matter of fact, that is a guide in and of itself. And I'm just trying to remember here. So... oh, did I? Oh, no. Oh, no. Open with Inkscape. Why'd I open it twice? Oh, no. So many things going wrong. Let's take that. I just need to see because I think... yeah, it did. The panoramas are changing in height. They're going to be 2 pixels shorter. That's right, because when I came back to these templates and redid the folders, just to get their sizes more consistent, I made some adjustments. Again, though, lovely thing about the Iconoclast pipeline is I just made the adjustments to the base templates, and all the other icons followed suit. So we're going to make folder panorama sticker bomb. File, document properties, width, height. Height is 38 now. There we go. Layers. GUIDS. Control X. Control Alt V. Control Alt V pastes in place. And then we're going to have the content. Move that down. Guides layer. I'm going to punch up the opacity just so I can see. Here we are. This will just help me follow the folder line when I do all the sticker bombs. So, I'm not even going to do this elegantly. Let's just do get logo SVG. File, get logo SVG. Cool beans. Save. Okay, and then we have Git logo. There we are. Templates. Burp, burp, burp. Git logo. Oh, that had the reflection on it. Okay. Get rid of that fill. Now, let's make a sticker out of this, shall we? Just ungroup it. Width, we're in pixels. Let's make it 16. When you have this lock, it just makes sure everything is proportional. Okay, I'm actually going to change that there. Let's make it 12 by 12. Align it. And stickers always have that little white border. So, no stroke, fill. Okay, and there we go. And group. And stickers are never quite fully aligned, so we'll just do it slightly off kilter. And there's our first sticker. Hooray! What other fun stickers? So let's pull up Google. I have lost my window, so let's just move this over here. Open source. Yeah, let's do the green sticker next. I can do that without make it yay big. Yay big. Maybe a little bit yay bigger. Turn on some snapping. We'll go there. We'll go here, here, and here. There we go. Okay. Path, union, path, difference. Turn it green. Looks good enough. Good enough for me. Give it a little bit of random rotation. Maybe we'll rotate it the other way. Since it's a round sticker, let's make it page down. We're going to align everything just to the center. Control G. I don't know if I should make these pure white or let's use paper white. Let's actually use paper white as paper. File, document properties. And just so I can see what I'm doing a little bit better. There we go. All right. What is another fun one? Should I put what kind of stickers does this guy have? Oh, let's get the Python logo going. I actually already have the Python logo, so panoramas. No, we don't need those. We want overlay decals. Okay, Python. I think that should be. No, I'll use the 48. Cut it down to 24. One thing that I kind of had to do with these Python logos is I kind of had to play around with some of the proportions. So I think 48 was actually the most accurate size. There we go. So you take U, divide by 2. Not super happy with these half steps. Maybe I should have picked a different size. Decals, Python. Yeah, we'll do 16. Control C. Control V. Yeah, that's about the right size. And Python was orange on top? No, it was Control-G. Path, break apart. Path difference. Oop. End. Path difference. Path difference. Yellow and blue. Opacity 100%. We're gonna bump that up. I'm gonna make it just a little orangier. There we go. And this is an oddly shaped sticker, so end. The end key sends everything to the bottom. There we are. Path union. Control-G. Those need to be a bit rounder. Boop and boop. Path union end. Control-G. There we are. Maybe we'll put you around here somewhere. 3 stickers to go, or 3 stickers done, 37 to go. Close without saving. We're just going to close some of these excessive documents. Let's just take a look through other decals that we already have. So I could have used that as the get decal. Oh well. It might be fun to get some of the application icons in there, but again, it feels a bit risky because whenever I do something like that where it's like an application and it has competitors, or a desktop environment and it has competitors, people can get real nasty when it's not their thing featured in something. And even in a small icon like that, well, we have, I might just cheat and use the deb as the deb. Like maybe if I include the various packaging formats, that I don't know if I could get away with that. Blender is pretty much in a league of its own. I think I can include that safely. Open with Inkscape. Control V. Blender is orange. Full opacity. And Control C, Control V. I'm going to use my favorite trick, stroke of 2. Path, stroke path, Control Shift G, path union. Get rid of these, make sure there's no excessive nodes, and make it paper white. Control G. And there we are, Blender sticker. And maybe I'll put it up here. Looks like it might fit that fairly nicely. There we go. And what I'll ultimately be doing, it's going to hurt me a little bit to do this, but this outline that I have dotted here, I'm going to take these various shapes and I'm just going to cut them out, and then that way it'll look like the front of the folder is properly sticker bombed. Actually, just in case I want to use one sticker multiple times, take that, go to our layers, guides, copy, lock, go back here, Control V, path intersection, Control V, path intersection, Control V, path intersection, Control V, path intersection. This is going to need to be, what color was the Git logo? You know what? I have the color right here. Boop. Control V, path intersection, Control V. Oh, whoops. Delete you. Control V, path intersection. I think the blue Python is actually right on the line, so path intersection. There we go. I think that's, yeah, that's only at 70% alpha. There we go. Control V, path intersection, Control V, path intersection. There we go. Let's see here. Oh, I have coffee. No KDE sticker? I wonder if it's okay to play favorites there because they are KDE icons. You know what? I'm going to include let's just top 10 Linux desktop environments. There's also a lovely Kiki sticker, KDE sticker. Oh, there it is. That's it. I need to include this one just because I had it on my old laptop. I loved it forever. I'm going to have to do some tracing over it. Make a lighter weight version, but sticker bomb 56. Paste you. Hi, Kiki. But I can do Kiki really quickly. Let's see. These are the 3 basic colors. So whoop, whoop. We'll go whoop, whoop, whoop. And I'll make this a lot nicer later. Doop, 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 doop. And it's also going to be in a fairly crowded stock of icons too, so there we are. There's the main body. We're going to have a few colors that overlap, but first let's fix things up here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Not aiming for perfection, but get somewhat close. There we are. Fairly close, fairly close, fairly close. I'm actually going to delete this node, make this node smooth, snap it into a cusp, and then that way we'll take this, pull it back. This just gives us a little more control. There. Not going for perfection, but still get it just nice. There we go. Boop. 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 What a lovely sticker. Okay, and then we have this dark layer, so and I will keep it going. I'm just trying to think of how I want to structure this. We have our cusp node here. Boop. Let's see, end. This is just going to be flatter colors. I'm only looking to kind of represent the sticker vaguely. You are this wonderful blue. And you are the wonderful dark blue. And we'll keep that. Can I do this in 2 nodes? No, I'm going to need 3. I'm trying very hard to keep the node count low, and the reason for that is every node increases the file size ever so slightly, and if you let your nodes get out of control, you can very, very quickly run into a situation where you end up with a lot of little hairs almost. Go like this, go like this. Just kind of reinstate that. There we are. Not going for perfection, just going for good. As I increasingly aim for perfection. Make that dark. Yeah, and then I'll do that lighter blue over here for these additional splashes. I'm not going to hit every single splash mark, but just enough to keep the effect. We're looking to pass like a 5-foot test with this. There we go. And I'll have it go slightly over the dark. There we go. Since this goes over the other thing, fill, copy the fill, fill, paste the fill. Yeah, it's the same fill. I'm going to another great Boolean operation, path division. It'll take one shape and it'll divide a set of shapes according to that logic. There we go. And page up, page up. Oop. Now we're going to go home. Page down, page down. There we go. And that should get the overlap effect. Almost done. This I don't know why I'm being such a keener over this. Maybe it's, I think it's maybe just because this was one of the first kind of things I ever kind of collected. I can't remember. I think it was one of the academies where I got this sticker, and I just fell in love with it. And boop, burp, burp. There we go. Fill, okay, and I think we can start, yeah, kicking the alpha up on everything. So delete you, take you, get the alpha up. You need to go down, there we go. You need a little more node. You. Oh, I think that was actually meant to be round, so. Okay, you go here. Or, it's not super faithful to the sticker, but spirit in general. There we go. Boop. And maybe I'll just do one more keener move. Path difference, Control C, Control V, path intersection. There we go. Stroke paint. There we are. Control G. And there's our overcomplicated Kiki sticker. Make you about the right size. We'll rotate you arbitrarily. Control C, Control V, Control Shift G a bunch of times. Path, union. Take a look. You can see we have a lot of nodes here. Like, there's a couple that are just not needed, but, you know, I think we can get away with a little bit of murder here. Stroke point, width, 2. Enable it. Stroke style, make sure everything is as round as possible. Path, stroke to path, Control Shift G, path, union. get rid of these, cardboard white, and there it is. Oh, one more adjustment. Page down, page down. There. Kiki. And get it about the right size. Where do we want to put Kiki? Maybe right here. Okay, I'm not going to go that in depth for all stickers, but that one just has place in my heart. KDE sticker. Okay. I think I have. I'm just going to take a look at something here. Yeah, so I have a bunch of random mock-ups here. A lot of these are super old, but oh hey, cursors. Oh yeah, if anybody wants to know, this is kind of what the next round of cursors might look like. So we're putting the basic cursor on a little bit of a diet, and we're sanding off those corners just a little bit. But I'm after okay, I thought I had the KDE logo on this. Okay, never mind. Google. File type SVG. There we go. Oh, nice. Okay, scalable SVG. Save, okay. We're gonna go back into steer bomb and home and home. Downloads. That took me a good extra 5 seconds worth of thinking. Path, difference, scale you down. Why did you do that, Ken? Why would you? In that split second, take the actual KDE bit and punch it out of the color? Well, that's because this is going to be paper white without a stroke. There we go. That's roughly correct. So we get the same thing, just one less shape. We'll put, you know what, that's a great candidate to take this, this top corner here. Which also means, let's take the guides, Control C, go into this, Control V, path, intersection, Control V, path, intersection. Kiki logo, is that, I'm just going to do that. Control V, path, intersection, Control V, path, intersection, rinse, repeat a few times. There we go. I'm just going to get several of the desktop environments that we all know and love. Save page as. Okay, and then we go home. Because we're all in this together. Even though I don't like some of the stuff Gnome gets up to, they are indeed doing good work. Path, difference. Oh, whoops. Control Shift G. Path, union. Path, difference. We'll put you over here and rotate you playfully like that. Okay, top 10 Linux desktop environments. GNOME, KDE. Okay, let's look up, oh, cinnamon. synonyms, DSK top logo. Does Cinnamon not have like an actual logo? Or is it that mountain thing? Okay, it's the mountain thing. Save page as, save, Cinnamon logo, cool beans, sticker bomb, decals, Cinnamon logo, sticker bomb, drop you on there. I'm gonna disable that kind of snapping. We want bounding box corner snapping. And a little bit of funk there, but that's fine. Get a nice circle around it. And Control G. Of course, nobody has their stickers perfectly level. Put that there. Maybe move you down a bit. That might be interesting. I hope I don't have too many circular stickers on there. Mate desktop. Mate desktop logo. We'll go with, let's see, images. File type, SVG. We don't want Ubuntu. I think that would probably be the one. Okay, fine. I'll do it myself. This looks like an easy one. So first, we make a triangle. There we go. Then, yeah, okay. How big do these get? Okay, Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V. Path, difference, path, difference. Take you. Add a stroke. Stroke side is going to path, stroke path, path union. Control C, Control V. Path difference. Path difference. There we go. I think we got fairly close there. Then sticker is going to be green. So I'm going to actually make the sticker itself green because you get stickers with those odd colors sometimes. And there we go. Stroke style, stroke point, stroke, path, stroke path, Control Shift G, path union, path union. There we go. We'll rotate you a bit. And maybe we'll put you there. Yeah, cool. Unity desktop. I don't even think that exists proper anymore, but we have to get the XFCE logo. Little mousey mouse. Yeah, he's cool. Okay. There we go. Save page as XFCE logo footprint. Cool beans. Take him. Drag and drop. He's quite big. How? Oh, okay. Fairly conservative in terms of notes. I was worried there for a second. Because if he was really, if our little mousey mouse was really heavy, I'd have gotten nervous about. Just throw that off to the side. That looks about the right size. Now Control Shift G. Path union. Path difference. Control C, Control V. Add a stroke. The stroke will be 2 pixels. Round, round, path, stroke to path, Control-Shift-G, path, union. There we go. Get rid of some of the fiddly bits, extra things we don't want or need. After all, these are stickers. Stickers aren't always perfect. I see you hiding there. Extra nodes. And, oh, paper white, Control-G. There we are. Maybe we'll have him bouncing into the corner here. That's fun. Or do we want him breaking up the white? Oh, you know what? Page down, that's not bad. The open source logo is getting a little bit crowded out, so something about the opacity on this one is throwing me off. There we are. Okay, this is getting fun now. LXQT. Oh, okay. LXQT logo SVG. Oh, it's the hummingbird. I love that hummingbird logo. It's black and blue. We have a lot of circular logos. File type SVG. Maybe I'll do a little bit of tracing on this one. Yeah, I'm going to do just the bird. There we go. It's QT logo 1. Okay. Let's do a bit of work on you first. Okay, yeah. Control-G. And I'm going to get roughly close, so that might be a little bit fun. What I'm doing here with this loose trace. Oh, you know what? No, hummingbirds have bodies, don't they? And that's decent enough. Stroke point. Add use stroke pile or burp. There we are. Let's put this in first. Sticker bomb. Control V. Scale you down. There we go. Now we take this, round it off. Path, stroke to path. Control-Shift-G. Oh, whoops. It's good to set a fill. Control-Shift-G. Path, stroke to path. Control-Shift-G. Path, union, and make it wait. Control-G. There we are. A lovely LXQT sticker. Where will I put you? Oh, right there. Maybe here, actually. How'd you look there? Yeah, that looks decent enough. Okay. I need to also fix a lot of these low alpha shapes. I'm also somewhat tempted to upscale a lot of these stickers. That's elementary. That one, I don't think I'm going to put the elementary logo in there because that's more of a desktop environment and kind of its own thing. It's in a really weird place, if I'm being honest. Yeah, rotate the birdie. There we go. Oh, we're missing some. Oh, okay. I guess Messy Mouse is going to be missing a couple whiskers. Sorry, Mouse. All right, we need probably about 3 more. Let's just go into icons. Actually, apps 48. Let's just see if there's anything in here that might be kind of interest. VLC. Okay, yeah, I'll do VLC. That's kind of a thing. All right, that is very clearly a broken graphic. Not difficult to fix, though. You know what? Take you. What's going on with this? Just gonna clean up the shapes. Scale you down. I'll let the VLC logo be a bit on the bigger side. And then I'll put it in the background, and it should be a good fill. Path union, stroke style, 2 pixels. Okay, and yep, path, stroke path, Control Shift G, path union, cardboard white, take you, delete you, and there's our VLC. Okay. How do I want to do this one? Maybe have I'm not sure I want to start adding gradients to this. We have a lot of flats. It's creating its own kind of look. Maybe we'll just okay, that'll do the trick. And I'll put VLC in the background. Kind of want to balance out the orange. This will be a good. There we are. All right. What colors are we missing? There's not really any purple icons. So you know what? Let's just create an old classic. And paper white. We'll make you purple. Stroke paint. We want this squarish. 13 by 13. That seems lucky. Let's go 12 by 12. There we go. There we go. There. Path, stroke, path. Burp. Path. Difference. We should have. Yeah, no, okay. There we go. And we'll put you on the very bottom. You're much more of a fill icon. And there we are. There we have a purple terminal. We're going to need a couple of these to border around the bottom. We're actually doing fairly well avoiding duplicate stickers. Let's turn off snapping and just kind of spread these things out a bit. see if I can maybe cover some gaps. And we do we want a little bit of peek through? We probably want a little bit of peek through. So there we are. Maybe Kiki could even go over there. That one is looking a little bit funny without its extra white outline. So Control-C, Control-V, stroke point, stroke style, path, stroke to path, Control-Shift-G, path, union, paper white, page down, page down. There we go. Let's see, what other programming things? C++ logo. Yeah, that'll be a fun sticker. Okay. Image, file type, SVG. I am just wholesale scraping the internet on this. Okay, good. Public domain. Save this. There we are. Oh, no. Save file. I think that should actually be already pretty clean node-wise. Why am I opening so many home folders? There we are. Move you down. Oh, I spy with my little eye. Yeah, they didn't do that. So, and there we go. You might not have seen what I did there, but I was just kind of moving the shapes around so that they had a little bit of overlap. Path, stroke path, Control-Shift-G, path, union, paper white, and there we go, Control-G. We'll put you, oh no, my command line sticker is just not hacking it. Maybe we'll move VLC there. There we go. And let's try to get this positioned in a way that could go there. My terminal sticker is the least important sticker. Send it careening to the bottom. We want a couple little gaps in our sticker. I think that's part of the sticker bomb aesthetic. One more background sticker right around here ought to do quite nicely. Yeah, I think this is gonna look decent enough. Oh, one thing I'm gonna have to do. Okay, I do have a couple realizations that I've made. Some adjustments are gonna have to be done because yeah, this dotted line only applies to this folder size. I'm gonna have to duplicate this graphic several times. But first, just because I'm a fiend for the HTML5 logo. Okay, HTML5 logo, file type, SVG. Let's make sure that the graphic is properly licensed via Wikipedia. Okay, Creative Commons, this is not an attribution. Share and copy, adapt. Must give appropriate credit or provide a link to the license and indicate if changes were made. I haven't been paying attention to a lot of the licenses. Just trying to think of... Maybe I could just put them in like text off to the side of the icon. That might work. I'm going to have to do a little bit of backtracking, because I did just use so many logos wholesale. Okay, that is original. I don't have to worry about that. Close without saying. Just trying to consider here. Oh, you know what? Okay. Okay, oh, you know what? I know a good place for an easy graphic. Main ID, home, background, data image. Okay. Oh, why did I have to base 64 encode it? Base 64 to image. There we go. Save image as index.svg. That works fine for me. I'm the original author of that graphic, so no licenses to worry about on it. Boop. And it should already be pretty compressed. Control G, Control G. We'll treat them as two separate stickers. Copy them, move them down, ungroup them again. Go path union, path union. That's a lot of nodes. Well, let's first do my trick. Set the stroke. Stroke 2 pixels. Make them rounded. Path. Stroke path. Control Shift G. Yeah, this is path. Gonna be... Oh, no, not nearly as rough as I thought it would be. There we go. Just get rid of these greebles. Like you can see, like if you look super close, you can see cases where like you have several nodes in one place. Really kind of hurts the whole thing. It's honestly making me kind of re-question using this graphic, but I'm already invested, so yeah. Okay, that's not so bad. End. Page up, page up, page up. There we go. There's Katie. Control Shift G a couple times. Path union. Oh, path. Stroke path. Control Shift G a couple times. Path union. There we go. Get rid of those greebles. I have a lot of greebles. There we go. That should perform decently well. And make it white. There we go. Okay, that's the bonus for this being made by KDE is we get extra stickers. Katie, I will have her and oh, we're in the guide layer. Control save, Control X, Control V, and page up. Yeah, that should do. And then we can move you up Move you down. And maybe we'll put Conky. If we move the VLC logo. Oh, my lovely. Well, it's sad, but hey. Should the open source logo almost be moved? Now we're getting to the point where there's just so much stuff. And page up, page up, page up. Okay, we'll go home, and then we'll go page up, page up, page up. There we go. A lot of green. Maybe let's just try. And page up, page up. There we go. That's our kind of sticker bomb that I guess we have going there. Maybe I can clear a little bit of space in the chaos. I think maybe the C++ logo, that's a programming language among other things. I kind of want to bump Katie up a little bit. There we go. Maybe that C++ logo did have a place. Bunch Katie up. Move her over. You know what? That's a sticker bomb. It's meant to be chaotic and kind of weird and all messy, so excellent. I'm happy with that, so we're going to copy all of this. Close that. Source. Decals. Yeah, sticker bomb is going to... Oh, wait. Source. Panoramas. This one is going to stand out so much. Yeah, you can already see it. Just standing right out. Okay. And it's just going to be a case of scaling it up. I'm going to worry a little bit more about the folder guide momentarily, but first I'm just going to get everything in place. Delete AC, Control C. Actually, wait, Control V, no. Sticker bomb at 56. Control C. At 112. Should actually have a discrete size. So that is actually the most accurate position. 84 would be a multiple of 1.333, what have you. I'll worry about that a bit later. 112, 224, open with Inkscape. Delete you. Take 112, Control C, Control V, Control V, Control G. Times 2, times 2, times 2. There we go. Now we have 56, so 28 would be 56 divided by 2. So now what I'm gonna do though, divide by 2, divide by 2. Is I'm probably gonna actually, at this size, I might do a quick pass and just simplify these graphics a little bit more. Maybe I'll do that for I'll start with 28 and bring it down to 42. Yeah. So we're just going to simplify things. Path, union, pull the color. Mr. Mouse is going to be reduced by a lot more detail. GNOME. Are we going to play the grid? No, the Python logo is already pretty clean. C++ doesn't actually need the plus plus. There we go. Katie is a very complicated graphic. Maybe it's going to be a case. Oh, well, okay. Path. Simplify. Path. Simplify. Doesn't matter if we lose a lot of accuracy here, because at this size, things are getting quite small. And there we go. Delete. I was actually very node conservative on this one, so that shouldn't be terrible. And I don't want to destroy the GNOME logo, so Control C, Control S. We're at 28. At 42, what's 1.5? Okay, perfect. Control G times 1.5 times 1.5. Lock times 1.5. Oh, times 1.5. There. Huzzah. And now that we have 42, 84 should actually be a multiplier. So let's find 84. There we go. Lock times 2 times 2 times 2. There. All right, technically that leaves the 64 pixel size with a little more detail than the 84 pixel size. And 56 pixel size has some funk going on it here. Path union. Page up. Yeah, that's something I've noticed. Okay. 224. Drill into this. Path union. Page up. 112. Boop, boop, boop. Path union. Page up. There we go. Yeah, I can deal with that. That one should have the VLC stripes in it, though. I'm going to cheat because I'm very good at that. Oh, I'm not very good at that. Oh no, okay. We're pretty good enough there. All right. Next step. For these sticker bomb folders. Sticker bomb 56. Now I'm going to have to, so we go into the source, overlays. all of these overlays might be changing slightly in size. Templates. Folder blank 32, open with Inkscape. Control C. 224, 28. Control V. Go 0, 0. So that's the actual folder. One little problem, Kiki is a little bit cut off there. Okay. Stroke style 0.4. Fill, there we go, okay. And file, document properties. Just so I can see the actual background. Okay. Path, intersection, path, intersection, path, intersection, path, intersection. Round and around and around we go. Where we stop, no one knows. Path, intersection, path, intersection, path, intersection, path, intersection. Oh. You're turning colors. Oh, right. I used CSS based. Wait, no. Did I use CSS based making that? Okay. Well, either way. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. Hey, question, is this path going to be an intersection? Intersection, okay. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. Path, intersection, almost all the way around. Path, intersection, path, intersection. One more, path, intersection. Great. Can I wonder if I should try moving Kiki over a pixel or two. Or not Kiki, Katie. There we go. No, I'll keep her where she is. The sticker bomb will have gaps. Oh, Python needs to move down though. There we go. Sticker bomb. So let's see what happens when we actually make this stuff. So, library music, I'm going to put this alphabetically speaking. L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, L, M, N, O, P, library music. Folder search, snap, sticker bomb, template, folder, panoramic. Panorama, sorry. Boop. Oh, hello, I can't pronounce your name. Oh, really? Panorama, decals. No, we want to go templates, source, panoramas. Just make sure I have the spelling correct. And STI, rename. Panoramas / sticker bomb. Now, Whoop. Compile. Burp. LMNOP, ABCDEFG. So many folders. QRS, there we go. There's our sticker bombs. Okay, and they are correct. They did build. Now, all of them except 28 are probably going to look super funky, but I just want to see build places. So here's our folders. All these freshly generated. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, I see what I did here. So, replace. Let's see, what's the name of it? Open with Inkscape. No. Yeah, we have to replace. So the replace command, we have to pick by an ID. There we go. Rerun it. Literally, it's just easier to build the whole set of icons than it is to build an individual icon. 32. Sticker bomb. There we go. All right, there's a sticker bomb folder. Fun. Let's see, 96. LMNOP, QR. Yeah, so I have to do a little bit of cropping there, but we're already kind of seeing the super fun results. Nice. So yeah, Kiki and Python will have to move down every time. That's a little mistake on my part, but hey. I'm also going to close all of these because I think I've opened a couple of them twice, and I regularly run into a situation where I literally do the same work a largely redundant number of times. One thing I might also consider later is, so if we take a look at Sticker Bomb 28, this probably would have been good to do early. Well, no. I was just going to say I might have flattened all the like white outsides of the stickers and just done a little bit of work in such a way that it'd be more optimal. There's an issue. Okay, 42. Open with Inkscape. Then we go into source panorama. Oh, no, we don't want that. We want templates. Now, in the template, sticker bomb bottom, because there was some like sizing and adjustment that was done to some of these folders. So what I just did there is it's going to forcefully align all of our overlays to the bottom. So they should be correct even if they're slightly too tall. So we have 42, that'd be the 64. There we are. Copy that. Control V. Pick an obvious color. Doesn't have to be. Oh, yeah, no, that would be, we'd want this one. Control C. Delete U, Control V. Fill you with color just so we can see what we're doing. That should be like that. Before I forget, I will move Kiki down, move the Pythons down. There we go. That all looks roughly correct to me. Control A, Control Shift G a bunch of times, just so we're working with the individual shapes. Path. Oh, and File, Document Properties. I'm also just going to slightly fill the background color. Path, intersection, path, intersection, path, intersection, path, intersection. That's a little bit sloppy. I can... Oh, I see what happened there. There we go. Is it going to be perfect? No. Is it going to be good? Yeah. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. Oh, right. What I'm doing here is just Conky is colored slightly different than other shapes. I think it was something to do with web optimization that I had done yesteryear ago. Path, intersection. The C++ logo is the same way. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. There we go. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. And there's our sticker bombed for 42. Close. Templates, sticker bomb 56. So that one is the 64 pixel. What I'm gonna do as well is just drop the original sticker bomb kind of template into a backup folder, just because I like to have backup folders before I absolutely trounce a file. Magnet U to the corner. There we go. Delete U. Path, intersection. Oh, Control A. Control Shift G a bunch of times. Break it all apart. This is the new public folder. That would be hilarious. No, this is just a fun one that people can use. Path, intersection. Intersection. Oh, I need to. Oh no, it's the Blender logo. That's. Let's get rid of the stroke. Yeah, the Blender logo is slightly offset. Let's oops. There we go. I just want to move it. Oh, that's not cool. Oh, that's not cool at all. Oh no, I have to undo everything. Yeah, that was a screw up. Okay. Yeah, I had the stroke on there and it was moving things around slightly. Path, intersection. I think this will go quickly though. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. There we go. Yeah, that's all lining up much better. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. Conky needs a little bit of color tuning. Scarf needs a little bit of color tuning. And C++ will need a little bit of color tuning. There we go. Just nip that in the bud before it becomes a problem. Intersection. I really should be using hotkeys, but I'm just not used to the hotkeys for that. intersection. Oh, Kiki has a little bit of path, intersection, path, intersection, path, intersection. There we go. Now let's recompile. We'll wait until we hit folder sticker bomb. Okay, there we go. And build. So we have, let's just double check on 32, make sure it's all nice. Yep, that is a fun sticker bomb. 48. Make sure nothing is sticking out in a way that it shouldn't be. Nope, looks good to me. 64. I know the alphabet. Oh, here we are. Okay. Now, that being said, though, okay. So if we, oh, and this won't actually work in Inkscape. Open with maybe, well, I'll just zoom in on the actual preview. So at the bottom, you can see we've lost a couple pixels, but compared to the actual folder graphics, the actual front-facing folder is a little bit shorter. That's just something I'm going to have to correct after the fact, because we did actually pull from the correct folder graphic. All these panoramic folders, they're going to need a small amount of updating. So yeah, that will be fixed. That's not going to be in the final. But it is just kind of a fun folder style to have stand out, you know, make a, let's just for the funsies. Okay, let's just take applications, documents, music, development, properties, places, browse, home, pictures, folders, sticker bomb. Okay. So, barring the fact that this is not actually properly adapting to colors, because that changed, and you know, maybe getting rid of the view mode. Well, either way, that's what the sticker bomb folder looks like. Kind of. Let's continue on. So we have 56, 64, 48. Oh, panoramas. SDICKER. We want 84, which I believe is the 96 sized. So source, templates, folder blank 96, open with Inkscape. Copy that. Give you a color. File, document properties. Just so I can see what I'm doing. There's no stroke on this. Reset the XY. Kiki always needs to come down. Close enough. Python also needs to come down. Close enough. Actually, there. And I'll move. No, we'll keep that there. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, copy, path, intersection. Oh, yeah, Control A, Control Shift G. I ungroup everything. Path, intersection, path, intersection. Another thing I'll do real quick while I'm kind of doing random stuff. There. Path, intersection. And there we go. Intersection, 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 path. Excuse me. I think I need a coffee. Will that have lines? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Path, intersection. Almost there. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. There we go. Another sticker bomb down, so that's for the 96 folder size. Next we'll move to 128. Copy you, Control-V. Give you an arbitrary fill color. Punch you up. 0, 0. Yeah, you fit. File, document properties. Make it a color that I can see. Key is going to have to move down a bit. And the pythons are going to have to move down a bit. Then Conky needs a color adjustment. And the only reason I'm doing this kind of ridiculous little color adjustment thing is just because when I do the intersection, it forces it to be a black fill. And we don't want that. Oh, it looks like the blender is already lining up. Path. We should actually see more of that as the icon sizes get bigger, because after, I think 96 is the last folder where the corner radius is consistent and they start getting bigger with larger sizes, just because when you have like a 256 pixel folder with only 4 px rounded corners, it starts to look awfully funny. At least in comparison to the rest when you have them side by side with contrast. Path, intersection. Oh, I'm just asking if that's a design thing or everyone... Every other one has darker lines on right and left sides. Are we talking, sorry. Are we talking like the decals, how the decals have the additional outlines? Because the sticker bomb is just gonna be, I consider the stickers more of a texture than an overlay decal like that. Plus as well, this is like the only full color overlay. Path, intersection. Path, intersection. No, I mean like in Snap Icon. I'm a little bit lost. Can you re-explain that to me as if I were a young child with the habit of drooling on themselves, because that adequately describes me. I have a question coming in. No, I mean like in Snap Icon. There we go. And I think we have just one more. 256. Source. Templates. Folder blank. 256. Oop, Control Z. There we go. And again, make it a color. File. Document properties. Folder tire thing at the bottom with a slightly darker color than the main. I think yeah, sorry, I'm just not quite following. Oh, the crease. Oh, yeah. The pen. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. I get it now. So yeah, there's, so the creases aren't actually going to be in the icon set. They're an optional feature that is disabled until we can add the feature to allow options and icons. It's super convoluted. Yeah, so with the panoramic styles, you have like just a little bit of the crease just to make room for the panoramas. Then for the iconographic ones, it has a little bit of that, and then it goes right across the bottom. In practice, yeah, the creases are initially disabled because they're very divisive, and this is meant to be more of an icon refresh than a new icon set. So generally, the way I've been trying to do it is, like, if there's something that I want to add to the icons or do differently, I have to stick to what Breeze is doing first. So, like, the creases are a big change, even though they kind of harken back to the oxygen icons. But I'm keeping the creases in the source files because I'd like them to be enableable later. I don't know if I'll actually get that feature when it comes time, but I'm more or less just trying to keep the option there. So that, you know, one day if an Intrepid developer has a little bit of extra time on their hands, they might be able to add that feature. Or if even I get a little bit of extra time on my hands, and I'm able to get my mitts dirty in code, that too would also be a possibility. But I'm one of those people, I'm just good enough at software development to know that I shouldn't be touching some things. So, like, if it comes down to me adding the feature, I'm gonna take my dear sweet time with it, just because like, I need to make sure that my C++ code is up to snuff. With other languages, I'm actually quite strong. But yeah, C++ and Qt, I'm quite a bit slower at. I started writing a web browser way back in the day, and that very quickly taught me how to eat humble pie. There we go. That should be the last sticker bomb folder. Breeze icons, hit up, compile. And then we go to the build folder, places. Are we done yet? I just want to hit S. Aluminum PQR, there goes the sticker bombs. So let's start at the largest sizes. Make sure it looks good. Here's our sticker bomb folder. Super fun. Looks good. 128. Sticker bomb. Looks great. Nothing is jutting out. 96. Sticker bomb. Yeah, okay, I think we have a brand new folder, the sticker bomb folder. And now, out of curiosity, okay, so we're on the 64 pixel icon. This is the one that needs the updated template. So actually, let's just switch back to 96. So sticker bomb, 31 kilobyte for that icon. But I just want to see how the optimizer fared. So yeah, the actual source sticker files is 60 kilobytes on its own. So the optimizer is pulling its weight. Oh, the C++ logo went black somewhere? 64, okay, there it is. 96. Oh, we lost our C, yeah. Did we lose our C anywhere else? Nope. I did remove the C for the super low res stuff just to save a few bytes. So maybe I accidentally went a little zealous with that. Because 32 and 48, the C was cut out. 64, 96. 96 should have the C. That's the 84. So we'll just take the C out of there. Just manually huck that in there. There we go. Nobody's going to look that closely at it. Oh, 256 also went black? Oh, yes, it did. Yeah, I think the C is by far the most inconsistent. Let's get rid of you. Yeah, that's 224, but I have that open here. Is this the correct color? There we are. This is low resolution, so I'm not going to worry about the C there. This is high resolution. Let's actually make the... There. Perfect. That should fix those issues. And in about 5 seconds, we'll see that corrected. So yeah, we're averaging about 60-ish kilobytes. Okay, there's our C. It popped back in. Looks good. Let's double check 256. Okay, yeah, that looks a bit better. And then can I open with... There we are. Yeah, that's fun. And that'll be color adaptive too, so if you have like the pink folder colors, you'll see the pink leaking through. Yeah, that should be a fun one. That's just that was just a fun time thing that I kind of wanted to add in, just for the sake of having like one outrageous folder that you could absolutely just stick somewhere, like, you know, on your home or something like that, or like that might even turn into my like projects folder or my KDE folder. Yeah, fun fact. So let's go to icon system settings, colors. So even the KDE logo is adaptive, and if you pick the right color scheme, then the orange and green will also adapt as well. So that's just a fun little touch. I'm getting caught. So we're at about 3. Oh, why Inkscape can't open? It is because so it's a let's just open. I'm going to open it with Kate. You'll see these use tags. Inkscape actually can't handle the use tag, the use element. And what use does is, where's UKQ? So this path here is has the ID of UKQ, and it's used 1, 2, 3 times. So like that just saves a lot of space internally. Like this is another large path, UKS, used twice. So significant file size savings. Inkscape just doesn't know how to deal with the use element. It's fantastic for export and compression. Inkscape just freaks out when you see it, and you wind up getting, open with Inkscape, you just wind up getting blank because it doesn't even put the element on the screen. That being said, it should not be a problem, because with the new build pipeline, my plan is to actually have the actual editing icon states be, let's say, back to templates. Like, I want the actual editing icons to even have their, oh, here's one. To, like, even have their guides and everything like that intact, so that somebody going in and editing still has, like, all the resources and vision and guidelines and things like that. And then just in the build step, it strips out all that extra stuff, does the compression, does way more. Oh, is it? Oh, for really, that's what I'm going to call you at least, asked, is this similar to optimized SVG export option or more deep? It's apples and oranges. So Inkscape internally uses a Python tool called Scour. It's very generic. It's meant to just kind of work on any sort of SVG graphic and not be too destructive about it. Mine, so if we go to SVG tools, I've built sort of an equivalent to the Scour tool, only ours is specifically targeted to our use cases. So, for example, it will, like, actually change the structures of files as it goes along. So not just replacing tags with use, but it will also do things like find what can be used as a style attribute, or it'll find style attributes and knock them back into traditional SVG attributes, and it will just do whatever it can to crunch the file size down as much as possible. But it's very specialized for iconographic use cases. Specifically, this targets the tiny SVG 1.2 static standard. Can we make a merge request Inkscape about that, though? Or is that an extension? It could be made as an extension. I've been looking at having these tools be usable as as Inkscape extensions, and that is something that I want to do at some point, but I also have to check about the Inkscape isms. But like, again, like these tools, even though they're targeted to icons, they could be useful in quite a few other areas. And, you know, I don't see any reason why Inkscape couldn't necessarily even just bring some of the functions in, except the one catch-22 is I'm using a library. It's called Beautiful Soup. Really, really great for editing and re-exporting XML and all that stuff. I don't know if Inkscape uses it internally, so I don't know if that's a deal breaker either. That doesn't look easy, though. Oh, sorry, what doesn't necessarily look easy? Importing as an Inkscape extension? it could be a bit of a pain in the butt to do that. Yeah, mainly it's the beautiful soup thing that I'm kind of concerned about. Um, this does also, have some Inkscape specific stuff in there too. Uh, but anyways, we're at roughly 3 o'clock. I think I have another hour in me, but what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to take a 15-minute break. Make myself a fresh cup of tea. So I will be back very shortly, and yeah, we'll maybe make an application icon or two, just because that would be a fun thing. So yeah, I'll be back in 10. Oh, that's not starting soon. 1 second, I just need to update my starting soon graphic to be right back. There we go, okay. All right, back in 10. There we go. I am back with a fresh cup of tea. Wow. Don't slurp hot tea. Oh, that was stupid of me. Ah, alright. Now that I've got that moment of idiocy out of the way, okay. Let's make some application icons. That is a way to start. What am I doing? Hello. No, I'm all discombobulated. What the devil was I doing? So we have source icons. I'm trying to remember because I think did I? I don't think I actually ported over the new application icon styles. Applications are traditionally 48 pixels. Sort by modified. Okay, I guess I didn't. Alright. I'm just trying to think. Okay, so one icon that I've been meaning to hit for a while now is the Inkscape icon. So in the Breeze human interface guidelines, one thing that it kind of very strongly pushes, oh, there it is that you, like, if they have like a proper copyrighted icon, or, you know, it's kind of a known thing, to not change the silhouette of the icon. And Breeze, when it went for its more angular approach, didn't do that. Actually, never mind, I'm kind of having several dozen brain farts here. It doesn't help that the back of my tongue and the top of my mouth is on fire. I'm going to be tasting ash for a week. But yeah, things like the MATLAB, Mathematica icons, those might need to be redone to fit the silhouette. One of the plans with application icons is to redo them all in the new style, but that means that we can also tolerate a little more pseudo 3D and make some other changes that would just kind of help keep the icons more faithful to their original applications. I'm just trying to think if you'll bear with me. So, like, we have a few things like that folder that are going to need to be changed. I'm just not sure what specifically. See, that I don't even know. That just looks bugged out to me, and that's always kind of annoyed me slightly. You know what? I might, you know, I don't have any specific plans for specific icons at the moment, so maybe we'll just go back to the actual, like, building of things. Yeah, because I think we have 32, 48, 64, and we need 98, 128, 256. So let's just get all of these sizes running. So close out all these extra tabs. There we go. Source, MIME types. And we'll just reinstantiate all the sizes. So now when we build, I'm going to also, I can't remember the exact syntax to it. I think it would be /src/ MIME. Where am I looking? Yeah. Oops. There we go. Okay, cool. Oh, wait, no, that didn't work. Oh, I might have broken it. Okay, that's fine. Now we have more places. Oh, wait, no, more MIME types. Of course, though, 96, 128, 256 are not actually going to be working because there's no templates for them. So close, open, source, templates. We have 3264. We're going to make a 96. And the, oh yeah, this is also, there we go. Just fix that very minor issue. Control G, times 2, times 2, times 2. Wait a minute. Yeah, 96. Okay, file, document properties, width, 96. Line 96. There we go. Some things will need to be reworked, but I can worry about that later. It's funny. I love it. For really, mention that this kind of looks like a SIM card. I think one of my favorite comments is so there's a new MIME type kind of style that's going to be added in the new icons for IOs. So things like pipes, virtual thingamabobs, other stuff like that. And I can't remember who made the comment, but somebody called the kind of like IO fabric in the middle here marmalade, and I still cannot get over that. So there we go. Let's just try running it and see what happens. So we have 96. We went MIME document. Yeah, so we are getting some 96 size documents now. There they are. There it is. MIME document 96. Yeah, we should be getting... Ellie, by the way. Okay. I don't know why, but I want to call you like, oh, really? Oh, for really? Oh, okay. For some reason, we only got one icon out of that. Oh. No. Okay, so 96. Okay, we're missing the archives. That's fine. Because we haven't done that yet. We have generic text. That is super weird. Not really sure what's causing that. Let's see if there's any other that are. So Excel. Oh, aha, here's our problem here. Okay. So, yeah, rounding error. It looks for the width, so very clearly I faffed that up. Open with Inkscape. We're just gonna forcefully re-enter 48 by 48. See what happens here. I don't think it worked. Yeah. For some reason it's putting me onto a float number. Let's go 24. MIME document 96. Okay. MIME document template. Okay. 6496 with base 10. Oh, we're running into some issues here. Oh no. So I'll just leave that as a mystery I'll solve later. Because eventually what I really am going to be doing is going and just redrawing all of these manually. So that will iron out those sorts of issues anyways. We have the panoramics. Those will need to be touched on. Am I missing any decals? There was something that, well, okay, I think maybe grabbing that tea just sapped all the steam out of me. Oh no. Okay, decals. Let's see. Let's make sure there's a music decal. And there is not. But I believe in backup. Nope. Okay. Decals. No. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna need to recreate the music note decal. So actually, close you, open you, source, panoramas. What did I call the music note in here? Okay. Glyph. I'm going to call that a glyph. In terms of the channel and future streams, this is actually something. Oh, there it is. Music note. Okay, that was redundant. So then we actually should already have the proper icon building. So if we go into build places, Control I, MUS, folder music, library music. So we go to places, music, folder music. Yep, there we are. So the template will be folder emblem, and it will be decals, glyph music note. Yeah, and that should yeah, I'll just let that work in the background. Yeah, that should get us, there we are, 2 separate decals, one for music, one for library music. And then this way, panoramic icons can still be a thing. They're just specifically libraries, and then the more traditional emblem, ooh, that's missing something. The more traditional emblems will then fall into the purview of just normal home folders, so we'll have our cake and eat it too there. Yeah, that sticker bomb is fun. I'm gonna toot my own horn on that for a while. Okay, so let's make a picture glyph. So first I'm just gonna check and make sure that there's not a photo style. No, I think we're good. So I'm going to base it off of the system package app image graphic. And I'm going to call it type image. And I'm going to just bogart the frames that I made for thing, delete the gear and the arrow. There we go, type im. Oh, app image. Yeah, that makes sense. So my evil plan is maybe we'll go somewhere around that size there. I like to base a lot of my initial work off of the 64 pixel size in terms of the actual like emblem overlays. That's thoroughly in the ballpark of the 48 size decal, and then that way when I look at like how tall or consistent things are, so like that obviously is looking a little short compared to that. And next, to keep consistency, I'm going to source panoramas. We're at about 48 pixels. I'm going to pick a 48, 42, open with Inkscape. And you will slip in there just nicely. And path intersection, path union, Control-C, Control-Alt-V, stroke point. Stroke point is 1, path, stroke to path, Control-Shift-G, path intersection. And what all that accomplished was that nice little outline. Why outer shape corners are round, but inner shape has sharp corners? Hig thing? Is that on any specific type of graphic? I should be rounding most corners. Now things like this, it's more because that's a cut, but yeah, the new design is rounder. We haven't quite fleshed everything about that out quite yet. I think what I'm going to do is 48, 24. So open with Inkscape. I'm actually gonna 48. We'll go to Decals. 24. Open with Inkscape. Delete. Control-V. 2, 4 divided by 2. Control-Shift-G. There we go. There we go. Path difference. Path union. Did we get a lot of greebles? No, we're relatively greeble free. For those who do not know what a greeble is, it's just a term for, oh, sorry, I'm like semi-concentrating here. Oops. 0.5, back 1, 7.5, forward 1, 2.5. My maths is failing me hard right now, and then y would be 0.5. I think that looks correct. There we go. Control-C, Control-V, stroke point. Path, stroke to path, Control-Shift-G, path intersection. There we go. Nice outline effect. One thing I did notice in the 48 is we had some greebles. Extra nodes. Usually you tend to find those when, so you have any sort of line that's about 1 pixel wide, especially curved lines. Then if you use a stroke of 1 pixel, it will line up roughly. So let's pretend that this is a stroke. Strokes are meant to land right in the middle. Those are my cats. But when they hit that curve, sometimes Inkscape's path calculation kind of gets the better of itself and just adds that extra detail. One thing I could do is like set my stroke widths to like 1.1 or 1.01, and that would get rid of the issue. But you know, I don't find there tends to be enough of those issues. And in terms of greebles, greeble, yeah, it's a form of detailing. So like when you're making a spaceship or even a table, like all these kind of decorative like extra things, those are greebles. And for vector graphics, we don't want them. There we go. So something that might be noticed is all of these new icons that I'm making, they have the issue where they're the wrong color. This is not the most refined part of the pipeline, and I think it might need a little bit of fixing just for, because I did some reorganizing. But there's a script called preparer.py, and when you run it, it will actually go through all of the monochrome overlay graphics, and it will actually go in and it will correct a bunch of issues. Yeah, this is a very old version of this file, but it will go through and it will run and it will prepare files. I'm not going to run that prep script today because it's in dire need of reworking and liable to explode. But yeah, no, there is a prep tool. Just for the specific purpose of being able to just go in, get the shapes down, and then let the system do things like adding the CSS classes and all that sort of stuff. Sorry, I have the hiccups. I was going to mention, in terms of the channel, I am breaking this stuff out into... where am I? Sorry. Kerbla. Don't need you. Into a few distinct channels that I'm going to be just running with. So they're all prefixed KVER. It's not an ego thing, but they're actually just 4 very searchable characters. So that's the reasoning behind that. Let's see here. Where's 28? But yeah, there's going to be create, workshop, and play. At 5 o'clock today, I'm going to be playing Outlast. I'm not good with scary games. I can rock a scary movie like nobody else. My mom and I will watch, movies that would scare the pants off people, and we'll be like, it was okay. Scary games, though, very different, very, very different experience for me. I'm not good with them. Yeah, I'm going to be playing Outlast, and I am probably not going to be taking it all that well. So if you people want to see me truly suffer, that is absolutely an option on the table. I think this needs to be slightly taller, so... Whoop, whoop. There we go. Doop, doop. Yeah, and then... we need to bring it in 1. Boop. 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 There we go. Control-C, Control-V, stroke point. So yeah, I'm going to be just super not cool with the game for a bit. I've also been adjusting and tweaking my streaming settings, so hopefully the video quality is a lot better. One thing that I found out about my video quality is that I was only actually recording at like 2400 bits per second, so that's up to 6000 now, which is, I guess, good for 1080p. I also made sure I'm using FFmpeg now, so you might notice my computer is not lagging anymore because it's not doing everything on the CPU. We're looking at, we have our panoramas, we have our decals, type, image, there we go. So 16, 32, 24, 48. What I'm going to do here on this one is I'm going to take 16 and 48. I'm going to crack them both open with Inkscape. 24. Let's see. Why is 32 seemingly empty? Oh yeah, that's the one I'm working with. That's why. 16 was the one where the sun really ought to be lower. So we take 16, drop it into 32, and you double all the numbers, times 2. That's the correct size, but the lines are no longer the correct line sizes, so I'm taking 48. And I'm literally just going to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Need to go 3 more. Restore the sun. 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and there we are. A little bit convoluted way of doing it, but now we have our 32 pixel type image. One thing I am noticing is some of these are alternating between big and small. 24 and 48, these two sizes actually torture me. I kid you not. Because they don't align in quite the same way as everything else. So like, even if you look at the source templates, you'll see that 48 always has like the oddly small line. Yeah, like 48 will have like slightly smaller lines, slightly offset things. That is just because of the way the size doubles up. Because if you have something that's 1 pixel in width or 1 pixel in scale in some way, at 32 pixels, it nicely doubles. Or wait, no, sorry. If something is 2 pixels at 32 pixels wide, then at 64... Okay, no, sorry. I'm having a minor brain issue here. So if something is 1 pixel in width when it's at in a 32 pixel icon, then when it hits 64 pixels, it will nicely double to 2. But at 48, you wind up with fractions, so like a 1.5 or something along those lines there. So you either have to make the 48 sizes slightly smaller or slightly larger, because things just don't line up the same ways. This problem in this case is fixable because it's just making the frames a little bit bigger, but that is a torment because it usually means I have to draw everything twice and then I do my scaling on it afterwards. So if we take a look at 16 and 32, what I like to do at this point is, okay, we have 1 and 2 pixels of spacing there, so this should be 2 and 4. For 24, we're probably going to be looking at 1 and 3 pixels. Okay, and yeah, that gets it to roughly the right height, and then 48 should be 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, bump up 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 1, 2. So that should get the bounding boxes all correct. Yeah, that looks roughly correct. Again, you can see the sun is slightly larger in 16 and 32 pixel variants. So we need to make the sun a little bit bigger on 24. I think we can just set the scale right to 3. And I think that would actually be largely correct. So I'm just going to save it for comparison. That looks roughly correct. That makes it 6 for 48. And yeah, I believe that is one of those cases where the scaling still works out correctly. There we go. And I'm not super concerned about color accuracy or anything like that, because once I fix up that preparation script, we're going to be good to go. Okay, so we have 4. No, 24 is 3 pixels. 48 is 6 pixels. So that would make 32. Yeah, somewhere between 6 and 5. So yeah, 5 is good for me. Then with 64, gets a little bit easier now. We just take it. We double the numbers for 8. Lock that, times 2. Control-Shift-G. Now we do want to bring in those borders a little bit, because now our borders are far too large. So we just path intersection. Make you go a little bit, you go a little bit, you go, and there we go. Type 64, okay, and then type 128. We do the exact same thing. I love these last couple sizes because they go so much more quickly. So 4 times 2 is 8. 8 times 2 is 16. Lock that. I'm not going to bother doing the math for anything larger than a digit. Boop, okay. Boop, okay. We line our quartering radius up. Path intersection. Now you have to get one bigger, one bigger, one bigger, one bigger. There we go. And there's all our decals for the image type folder. Okay, so now we go folder image. No, it's folder pictures. Element OP, folder pictures, with the alias folder image. Is there any libraries in there? No. Okay. Library, pictures. We're going to give it folder panorama, panorama, landscape bottom. Okay. Then we have folder pictures. We're using the emblem folder, and then decals. And then type image, rename, copy, 3, there we are. And then DCAL there. And folder A, B, C, D, E, F, G. There we go. Oh wait, no, we're waiting for pictures. Library pictures, folder pictures. Okay, everything looks to have gone correctly. Breeze icons, iconoclast, build, places, 96. There's our folder pictures, and there's our library for pictures. I think that's pretty reasonable. And again, don't worry about the fact that this is miscolored, because as soon as I touch up the preparation script and run it, it's just going to go and take care of that and make everything adaptive just all along the pipeline there. We also need to fix encrypted and decrypted. What's going on with... Oh, I know what's going on with these. So... yeah, okay. So for a very long time... so if we go back to source, for a very long time, decals were called emblems. Unfortunately, though, that term, I decided to change it just because folders can have emblems. So, DCAL, there we are. So I'm just going to very quickly go through, find any mention of the word emblem. Instead of cracking open Inkscape, I'm just doing this the old-fashioned way. Emblem, emblem, emblem to decal, emblem, emblem, emblem to decal. Emblem to decal. There we go. Last one. Okay. Which oh yeah, there we are. Folder decrypted and folder encrypted were the two big culprits, and you can see that they're corrected now. They are using the panoramic layout, so that is also correct because the overlays had the check marks and stuff like that. For the panoramic folders, I might. I'm wondering if I might have an idea there for how to make this, because this is more of a planning thing. Is these should probably have the same size of crease mark, even though nobody is going to see the creases for at least a year, I imagine. Even though nobody is going to see them, I would prefer them to be prepared and working, but either way, we fixed the issue for now. The next step is going to be a lot of these icons aren't properly being colored anymore. So if we take a look at places and we look at folder encrypted, let's see, we have these selectors. Primary color is that. So in the classes selector for the recipe book system, the array entry is quite literally a CSS style selector. It actually uses CSS selectors internally. That's part of the reason I went with Beautiful Soup, is because they had that just built in. And then this is the list of classes that it's going to modify, so it will get rid of that color scheme, and then it will apply this new one. For whatever reason, it's not working as intended. But I'm also looking at depreciating the extended color scheme that I was kind of implementing there, because one thing I found very quickly was that even things like the Android folders, RSS folders, they all have their own very brand specific colors, and they want to respect those. And the things that I was kind of aiming for with the extended color scheme was that like maybe if we're pulling colors from wallpapers, or if we're doing anything fun and special with the colors, that we could replace the extended color scheme. But it's a lot of stuff for not a lot of reward, and the icons are already adding a lot of functionality on top of what's there anyways. So, that's probably just going to go the way of the dodo. And I'm going to have a sip of my scalding hot tea. Oh, that is much more digestible. Okay, so, because yeah, we can see greens in Java is being applied. I'm genuinely curious why it's not still applying those colors, though. Because encrypted and decrypted should be, I believe they're dark gray black. So open with Kate. So we have all that. Toggle enable crease, current color. Oh, I think I get what's going on. Because, no, it's smarter than that. So, oh, yeah, no, okay. Yeah, it's just, again, a matter of me needing to go back and update the panoramic folders, because they're still using some older terms. So, for example, when we look at open with Kate, you'll see references to manila folders. And I kind of had this idea fairly early on in the set that if you if you had, say, like I like to run with pink as my accent color sometimes. I just really like the way it looks. Pinks, magentas, oranges, things like that. But if you have like a burning hot pink as your accent color, then your folders might be a little overwhelming, if you have like all burning hot pink folders. So the idea behind the manila folders was that it would be a sort of color static alternative where you just get normal, traditional, easy to look at folders. But that functionality got the can because it's very difficult to do 3 coloring options at the same time. And the second coloring option, after a lot of feedback, is having a lot of these folders synchronize their colors with MIME types, and MIME types synchronizing their colors with the folders. So when you actually look at MIME types, let's go to the build MIME types 64. Like you can see that, let's just take an example here. Like, maybe I'll do like a 32, no, 48. I'm not really sure what gives us the most MIME types to look at. You know what? We have Breeze, MIME types, 32. Here we are. So we can see that things like a lot of the spreadsheets tend to be green, but like all this is kind of officey stuff. If we go image, we can see that like all the various image colors we have, brown, orange, yellow, green images. And when you're staring at a folder full of different image types, having the color differentiation is great because then you can see which images are, the odd ones out. If you're looking at a wall full of JPEGs and you have one PNG, that PNG, assuming you're not working with thumbnails, would be purple. But this can also be somewhat chaotic, and some people would prefer all images to be blue and all text documents to be white, and all office stuff to be orange, for example. So the color synchronization option is that, where it would make all of the images one specific color, and then the image folder would also take on that color. So if I were to go home and look at my pictures folder, then that pictures folder might be the same blue or the same green that all the images are in. So that's kind of the logic behind that, and I had to kill the manila folder style. It's not something that a lot of people were kind of talking about or asking for anyways. It was just something that I thought might be kind of a good escape from having accented colors everywhere, but you win some, you lose some, and if I find an easy way to do it, then maybe in the future it might be nice to have that option. So I think I'm just gonna start kind of winding down. Let's just cam. There we go, and I'm just going to there. And I'm just gonna talk for a hot second. In terms of streaming and videos and stuff like that, I'm breaking my channel up into 3 separate channels. I actually meant to start using these other channels that I created, but apparently YouTube has like a 24-hour wait policy, so that kind of threw me off kilter there. But I'm going to upload videos like this into my Create channel. There's going to be gameplay videos in my play channel. I don't think the play channel is actually going to last too long. It's more to help me get used to this microphone that I just don't have a lot of experience with these things and talking all at the same time and necessarily even being interesting on. So I figure nothing more relaxing like a nice scary game. The last channel that is going to be launched, and I'm doing a lot of work with it, and I'm most excited for this one, is going to be the workshop channel. And this is where I want to do it almost like academic courses where they have like the 101, the 102, 103 type programs. So like you can actually have structured follow along tutorials on like, okay, this is how you start using snap tools in Inkscape. And then the next step might be, okay, now that we know how to use snap tools, this is, some of the techniques you can use with them. And after we do like several tutorials in that style, in that format, we would start up a big workshop. So one workshop, if I go to screen picture in picture, is, oh, we're already on kde.org. Nice. Is I drew this laptop like a few months ago, or some months ago. So a workshop might be, okay, how do you actually create this, semi-realistic looking laptop with perspective and all that stuff? So you'd have all of the tutorials like leading up. So, this is how you use snapping. This is where your tools are. And then this is how you use the perspective tool. And then once the workshop actually starts, hopefully everybody on the channel will have like all of the basic techniques down. And then I can show how to actually apply those techniques in like real world tasks, like creating this laptop graphic or creating a KDE standard application icon. I'd also, in the future, I kind of mentioned it, things like GNOME standard icons or elementary standard icons. Once I get enough of those like basic tutorial videos under the belt, then it's relatively trivial to actually have the workshops, because you just say, okay, these are the techniques you need to know, or that you want to know going into this workshop, and then we're just going to show you how to apply them for these specific like desktop environments or things like that. So once I have enough of those sorts of things under my belt, I'd like to approach like the elementary folks and the GNOME folks, and just be like, hey, do you want me to create a video showing how to create stuff in your standards? And hopefully what that will do is help like application authors and everybody like that who maybe still produce their own application icons. They don't necessarily have like the VDG radar making their icons for them. Then they can like make their icon as they see fit, but still hit all these main like standards points for all the different desktop environments. So that's kind of where I'm going with that, is just a whole like open source showing you how to do absolutely everything. Not just limited to graphics either. Other things I want to do is like, this is how you use your desktop. This is where like your start menu is, and this is maybe how you change your start menu, and then make those similar videos for other environments too. And just have a kind of excellent set of video resources for like how to use your software. So that's the goal with that. And just in the last few minutes of this stream, I'm going to end it at roughly 4 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, I'm going to be, I mentioned I'm going to be playing Outlast. I'm not good with scary games, so it's going to be hilarious, and hopefully it'll be getting dark by the time it actually starts. I've been jiggering with a lot of my video settings, so hopefully it'll be a very good quality. I think I'm just going to have only the gameplay camera. I don't think I'll have myself. I'm going to be turning all the lights off just to give myself nightmares. And I'll also be telling a lot of funny stories, such as the time that I was one of 4 people on an entire military base and I watched Paranormal Activity alone. With like literally not a person around for like a square kilometer. It was not fun. Funny stories with that. So yeah, that's the kind of plan for everything. I think I'm going to wrap this up for now. Make myself some sort of delicious foodstuffs, and at 5 o'clock I will be playing Outlast and giving myself nightmares. Not sure how long it's actually going to go for, but that will be that. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I hope this was interesting, and have your people who maybe aren't going to be coming into the Outlast have a wonderful evening, and take care. Bye.